Alrighty, into the next day of development for Ruins of Tearyn. We are wrapping up the rogue today, as we just need to focus on Shift Q and E. Oh, 1 second. I am back. Alright, so we have a couple things to work on. Let's do a quick review. So the main thing, so we have stealth, which is only one button. There's no rotation ruin things. When you are stealth, you rotate through your ruins, but when you start a cast, it will pause your ruins, so you can do a... I meant to backstab there, and I did not. But because you have a bunch of different positional abilities, you can choose which one you want to use, and once you do so, you will remain to it. So like Black's backstab has a cast time, so if you start back to backstab, it's not going to rotate through. And boom. Okay. Then that's stealth. Then you have distract here, obviously, and it's going to look a little funny with target dummies, but lets them makes something walk away. Splitting camps is going to be basically something you're going to likely want to do throughout your journey through Ruins of Tearyn. It's going to be kind of like a mandatory thing to do in some cases. And so we want to have a lot of different classes to have options to do that, so to split camps. And different ways to do that as well. Some might be through Feign Death, some might be through Distract, some might be through a lull spell, which other classes get. And some might be through just pulling them all and mesmerizing and crowd controlling. Lots of different ways to do it. Next up is kick, which is pretty standard. I'm going to keep the same kick just for a scope perspective. The same kick no matter what rune you're on, but you get a little bit more damage, a little more stun time based on the kick. And so nothing too over the top there. And so, and it also is like you can see the crits are actually applying exposed weakness. I may take that off, but I'm going to leave it on for now. And from there we have Throw Dagger. Again, this actually uses your crit if you do it, but it also increases your rotation ruins. So lets you do a little bit of damage from afar if you do ranged. If the the target's doing any little bit of ranged attacks, you do it there. And the rogue designs kind of went into this style of like Ninja. It might be renamed to something else in the future, but with your positional advantage, I can start to throw bombs. And so if I do, that's the multi-bombs on R2. And then R3 is actually a big bomb. And the important thing here is that's only your right side attacks. And so if you actually go over to the left side attacks, they become ninja stars. And so I might not have the mana for this or stamina cost. So now you have like ninja star-ish things that you can throw as well. And we'll see how this grows and like the class identity kind of goes on with everything. But that's what we got so far. And so, and those ones you can actually, once you cast it, you can start moving with it. So you can actually kind of move around with it. And same thing with the bombs, you kind of move with it. And then the frontal, the R for frontal attacks is actually multi-hits. So again, a little bit less damage, but they can actually proc, you know, if you have proc effects, you're going to be able to get more damage out of your proc effects type thing. And so it's double attack into triple attack, and then into quadra attack, which I don't have mana for, or resource for anymore. And so, pardon me. But that's the general idea there. And now we're on to the last couple abilities. So the first one, I think is fine. Which, actually, before I do those, I'm going to do expose weakness. And so what we'll do is database, players, rogue. Where is it? It's in passives. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do as well is actually, I don't want to do that yet. I'm just going to make another expose. Originally I put these in the passive folder, but I think I'm just going to put them in their own folder. Expose weakness, weakness back, front, left, and right. And then we will update redirectors. And then do I still have a steel power folder? I do. I don't think I used these ones though. Okay, perhaps I do. Or is that just in the kit? Well, it's not supposed to be. So I sort of think kit 1 no longer matters. Let me just give this a test. Because kit 1 is actually built over time with your levels and stuff. Yeah. And that means now save all. Why would it be used there? Oh, right. So I have a kind of dual. So this is actually this is the passive steel power. So I do want to have both. I have the actual mechanical steel power works in XYZ way. And the passive is just a player-facing acknowledgement to show what happens. So that's good. But the actual ability is the steel power. And so that's what I need. And we need an effect for this. Let's look at our dagger effects. Now this could be something where do I start to get the Paragon stuff to I think I might quickly do that. If I go to plugins, so to quickly recompile the project because of the plugin. Okay, now we should be able to reopen. Where is the old cascade here? I probably should have just started trying to convert one instead of all of them. While this tries to load, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Okay. Let's look at, what's this one? Pretty. Okay. Let's take that one. Convert to Niagara system. Is it that easy? Now, these are all epic. Sweet. So some things didn't come through right, but it's pretty easy to modify. Okay, let's go ahead and I guess we'll do this one by one so I don't overload our memory here. But and take all of Aurora's and convert to Niagara. Come on, Unreal. Kind of thinking along here. So maybe I just have to pick one for the specific moment, and I'll do this offline, I think. Because this looks like it might take a while. Alright, I'm just going to go AFK for a minute here, and I'll be back while this loads. Oh, did I finish? No. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, we're back. So, I'm going to convert these over into, I guess I don't really need to. There's not much point into doing any of these things. The cascade. Can't test is a lot of bleeds and stuff, which are actually useful. Gideon. I'm looking for some form of like power buff thing. That's obviously not what I want. That's a cool effect though. I'm looking for something basic right now. Yeah, I think that one's good. And then we're going to go to let's just see how that looks real quick. And so this is for steel power, which when I auto text reset, okay, we need to attached to target, socket, core. Yeah, I think I'll keep it pretty subtle like this. Maybe I need to rotate it. I don't know. I don't know if this is even doing anything. Doesn't seem like it. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I need to go here. Make sure these are local. I think it's gonna kind of like looking how I want it to here. If I do change the size again, that doesn't do anything, I don't think. Yeah, no. Alright, yeah, I mean that's good enough. I shouldn't be spending too long on this. It's defect, it's there, oops. It works, whatever. It shows some form of thing going off. And hopefully they make the connection of, oh, that I get that buff go off, and I get a stack of something. And then there's also steel power here, which shows it. Yeah. And then we save all. Okay, sure, whatever. Also, the rogue auto attacks, I'm going to make them a little slower. It's a little fast. There's not much room for actual growth in attack speed. So let's make them a little slower here. To 2. And let me double check the warrior. They're 2.5, so that still works. And then the mage, I think I'll slow down the mage slightly as well. The mage is 2, we'll do 2.5 for the mage. And cleric as well. Okay, cleric is set to 3, which is fine. I'm fine with that. Okay, and now what? Now we're going to do open wound. And for this one, I think we're going to go to Countess. And yeah, let's just do that one. crit here. There's a bunch of this I can probably turn off. Like, I don't want any type of light. I definitely don't want refraction. I definitely don't need flares. Even smoke I probably don't need. So why? Oh, do I? Okay, the kick is doing that. For some reason, this one's not applying. So first up on kick, we need to make sure we remove all of the hit effects. Which I thought I did already, but okay, so it clearly must be in the stat change somewhere. Let's make my life a little easier here. Where is that coming from then? Expose weakness. Is it from these guys? Nope. Okay, I was choosing the wrong thing apparently. What was I just changing then? Was I doing open wound? I was. Okay, definitely have to modify this a little. So we'll do like -5, -10. That's not the thing I want, I think. This one? Don't think I need those either. That's not bad. Yep, I like that. It's good enough. Whatever. Now, does the Countess have any bleed-ish things? That's the next one. Should just look for like blood at all. Bleed. Nope. Let's try that guy. But yeah, I'm determined to try and finish up this class and then take a break. So we know we have bleed. Kind of a very fast effect there. That's so fast, Jesus. To like 1.5. It's much better. Is there like a... Make it a tiny bit faster. We'll go to 1. Okay. Yeah, so open wound is done. So a couple things we've finished here is the passives are good. Something. And then on shift, R1 is done. And now we go to, I think it's taint wound. Oh, I do need to make sure the open wound crit also has that set. I suppose I could, I'll just leave it the same right now. Oh, I'm such a stickler for this shit. So duplicate, crit, and color. Curve. Go orange to like a yellow or something. That's so weird. I guess this is a double. And so I'll just turn one of these off for the default one. So yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. Okay, so open wound is done. Now we need taint wound. So is there anything? Looks a little too protective magic oriented, I think. But I don't know. Okay, that's keep. We don't need that. Don't need that. That's kind of nice. Okay. Do that. And do that for now. I think I need to take a break from my kiddo, so just gonna take a break. I'll be AFK for a while, and I'll see you guys when I get back. got a few minutes. Got some water boiling for some pasta. And so what I did here was, so I really like showing, one of the things I'm really trying to portray with these character or these class reworks is the potential of the rotation rune system. And so we have the bleed right there, and it stacks. You can see it kind of going off. And then the crit version is going to do 2, so it should feel a little bit different. Oh, what the heck. Apparently I didn't set them all to the right thing. Open wound. Crap, there we go. Oh, right, and then I have to make sure it's an R1, because only R1s are the right thing. That's strange. Must just be the weird direction I was hitting from, I guess. Maybe I need that one. Wait, what? Oh, so the crit is supposed to have 2, and then the non-crit is supposed to have 1. That's what I did wrong. Oh, and then open wound, I think I messed up. On the base, maybe? Of like... target lock actor... current... Okay, maybe I didn't mess it up. Okay, I think that's looking better, maybe. Okay. Ah. Is that what it is? There we go. I think hopefully this will just clear these stupid errors. MMO, Paragon. We're just going to revert everything. Maybe not everything. Alright, never mind. I'll get to that later. And now I should have Taint Wound also done. So shift is almost complete. So we do this, and then kind of like looks like a bit of a disease-ish thing. And then for the crit version, it's a bit more yellow. So yeah, that looks good. The effect kind of matches the icons now. And then the last one is what again? It's the gouge. So it's like another blood thing. What's this one? It's not terrible. I think I could work with that. I think I like that one better. Let's just do that. Convert to Niagara. Make sure everything is local. And we'll save that. Let's look at Gorge. Yeah, that looks good. I'm sold. And then on the, we'll just make the crit version, duplicate this, turn it to crit. And then the default version, we're going to turn off maybe these. Yeah, I'll do that. And then with this on, it's like that. Okay. Oh, come on. Alright, so shift is fully complete now. I'm technically not doing sound effects, but whatever. I think at the moment I'm just going to ignore some of the sound effects because I don't have the sound effects I want, and it's better to have no sound than bad sound. And I think I noticed a problem there. Gorge crit is still named Gorge. And then I also need to make sure open wound crit resets crit, and then taint also needs to make sure resets crit. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. What else we got here? Well, actually, I'm going to go check on my pasta. Alrighty, noodles dropped. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, resource costs. I did not do that. So, on Gorge and Crit, these are both 30 resources. And then on Open Wound, these are actually 5. then taint wound is 10. Oh, cooldowns too. Shoot. 10. This just looks like default. And then 2 and 1.5. Then we go to open wound. And then gorge. Okay, so it did resource. Damage levels. I could adjust and tweak here. So on open wound, now these are a little bit different. So if I pull up my damage chart now, we'll switch over to, is this, maybe this is the right one. Sheets. Yeah. So if I go here, so I haven't done a dot ratios yet. So dot damage ratios are obviously going to be a little bit better from a mana to damage ratio. Because they're not burst. They're over time. So naturally you should be getting more damage, but you have to wait to do that damage. So I think what I'm going to do, and then it gets even more different when it's sort of in the multi-hit category because it is stacks. Let me think. We'll just do like a 1.5% increase for now. Oops. So this is like, 45. This would be 90, 75, 150, 150, 300. And obviously the duration obviously comes into account. So that might not even, the sort of is like, what's the duration? And then it's like, let's just start marking this down. So damage, so resource cost we should be putting, do here. Resource cost here, damage, duration, total. Eventually we'll have like a cost efficiency. Right, which is obviously, okay, so I don't need a total damage because this is the total damage. Duration, and then stacks. It's something like this. Obviously, I need to think this through a little bit more on some balanced stuff. So, like, what's a standard duration for a dot? Could probably do like 20-second durations. That's a default. And then if it stacks or it doesn't, And so let's just start with that. So I have to kind of copy the stats over to each of these. So we're going to go to value. Duration is going to be 20 seconds. Yeah, just do this once. 20 seconds every 2.5 ticks. Or 2.5 seconds, I should say. I guess I could do this. So duration and then tick. If this is 2.5, then damage per tick. Do the math here, which is what is it? C19 divided by E19. And then we have our numbers. So it's 18 damage. 18 damage. We'll do like 16 to 18. Or, yeah. So tick, negative, subtract, health, 16 to 8, or 16 to 2, because it adds that. 16 to 2. Power scaling, duration 20, tick 2.5 seconds. And then we can copy this to the other values here. These are all the same thing effectively, but they just, different files make them stack properly. And then same thing for the crit version. We just are going to set them to crit. And they should already crit. So cost efficiency is, let's just do, it is damage, so equals C19 divided by B19. Maybe it's the other way around is what I want. Yeah. So right now, it's 0.1 damage per mana. No, that's not right. So maybe I do want it the other way. I want it damage per mana. So C by B. It's 9 damage per mana. Yeah, so it should go down. That's correct. So 9 damage per mana, 18 damage per mana, 7.5 damage per mana, 15, and then 5 damage per mana. So that's the that's what I want. So that's looking correctly. Um, damage per tick does seem off. That can't be right. What did I do wrong here? Okay, so it's duration. So the first thing I need to do is duration, which is D19, divided by the tick, and so 5.625. So that's what I did wrong. So on the open wound, we're going to do just, I guess I'll always round down 5 to 2. All right, time to check on my noodles. BRB. Hello, Alex. Sorry I missed your message. We're going pretty well. I'll catch you up in 1 second. Nope, sorry. Okay, I am, and hopefully I'm not too loud. I did adjust my microphone volume. Let me know if I'm too loud. Okay, so yes, I did this. I'm working on like standardizing some damage now, and so I started a spreadsheet on some like working out some simple damage ratios and figuring out cost efficiency, which is damage per mana per 1 mana. And so this is kind of like what I'm trying to make sure it looks like. Is R1 is always going to be the best, and then R3 is always going to be the worst. So in R1 you're getting 9 damage per mana, in R3 you're getting 5 damage per mana. Because I want that kind of ratio of efficient spells versus like time, mana efficient versus time efficient type thing. And so I'm trying to dock Excel into, and then we close all this off. But I started a game I told you I wanted to make. It feels a bit overwhelming, but I wish I would keep it up. It's a constant battle as an indie dev. Trying to stick with the motivation. Starting a project is the easy part. Sticking with it is the hard part. Even me, I have days where I question my life choices. But yeah, you gotta, for me, it's just like this is a project we've always wanted to make. Nothing's like it on the market, and we're creating some really unique systems. And I also have like several different levels of motivation, right? So one, I want to make a great game. Two, I want to be known as the indie MMO dev that did it and made it. So that's something I want. I want that kind of like, call it selfish or whatever, but I want that claim to fame of I built an indie MMO. Then there's the aspect of proving my game tech, so that the 3+ years now I've spent on Vertical Third actually meant something. And it can make a difference in the industry. It's not just for me, it's for everyone. And so, and then having that forever project. I want a project that I know, you may have heard me say it before, but I have a special needs kid, and she's 15, nonverbal, in diapers, and I want something that will effectively be the so-called golden goose egg that always makes my family enough money that she gets the support she needs. So, and then, the very last point is the fact that I can't get a job right now because our industry sucks, so might as well work on something. And whatnot more than, work on a cool MMO. And I do feel like there's this thing in the industry where it's like MMOs are like crazy expensive, right? But they don't talk about how if you do it smartly, it can be a low cost game to make. I really wish the best for you, man. You're a good person. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I'm trying, and I do believe that there is a path to make an MMO if you think about it sensibly. You don't try and create new technology and all these factors. And your project is very inspiring. Thank you so much, dude. I think, again, can't express it enough, the last couple months since February, we've really narrowed down the direction of Tearyn. And I can't wait to get to that point of, I am kind of excited for next month because this month is a little bit of polish and class design, finishing the class design. And then next month I can start doing, a little bit more content. I'd like to fully flesh out the, a little bit of the potentially more bosses, more loot, like itemization, something I definitely need to work on soon too. That makes loot a bit more rewarding. And yeah, just more bosses, more loot, and those are like the core factors. Get a trade skill, get more better, have my first iteration of trade skills. I'm going to do like faction trade skill vendors. I'll probably limit everyone to being tied to 2 guilds. I definitely want my trade skills to have like a mage could go blacksmith for XYZ reason. Maybe you get more metal-based staffs for some specific reason, versus maybe you're like went tailoring or something, and you get different staffs because of the things you chose. Stuff like that. So like blacksmith, if you chose to join the blacksmith guild, you have specific reasons to do that. Anyways, and then like the Registry Chronicle stuff, all these things. But yeah, I really do think that we have a really solid game direction. And again, I think it's only a matter of time before we get this project funded properly. All right. Bleed. So I was doing 14 a tick just because of my level, and the bonus is there. That might be a little too strong, but I don't know. We'll let it slide. You get no upfront damage as well, so. And then now we need to change the gorge. Gorge is now going to be. This one's a little harder to do. I think I did the cooldown here, right? Yeah. And gorge crit does reset crit. And then the stat changes here, we're going to do our so this one's a little trickier because it does bonus damage per stack of open wound. So I think I'm actually going to do just the same damage as open wound because it's getting bonus per. So let's try that. But yeah, I think it's just like it's from my career has been kind of centered around game tech, so I have that kind of that motivation to get acknowledged for my game tech, and I truly do hope that vertical third will one day become a standard in gaming architecture and help tons of developers make games faster and other companies more efficient at making games and all those things, you know. Okay, so we have 4 stacks there. Then we can apply, so we have negative 40 or whatever, it's ticking. Then we apply Gorge. 50 and 50. But if we just go ahead and apply Gorge by itself, it's only going to do, you know, one stack there. So you really want to make sure you have your open wound stacks going before you apply it. That's fine. Let me see if I put this to 0, right? Does it still do damage? Okay, it's still showing up. Whatever. I'll worry about that later. But yeah, the best thing is like when you start projects and get into them, even though sometimes you will end up stopping projects. Like I probably have, like if I get a successful game company off the ground and we have tons of money for extra games, I probably have the next 3 decades of games, right? You know, ideas to go make, you know, because I've been 10 years, you know, building game tech at this point. Well, not 10 years of game tech, but you know, started game tech in 2019, built it till launched it in 2022. I've done updates since, but I've been using that game tech and like trying to improve it myself. And in that process, clearly I'm not just building game tech, I'm actually building games and using the tech itself. And so I have so many game ideas and so many projects that I want to build. You know, like I always mentioned, I have 3 different projects. Ruins of Tearyn's the $2 to $3 million project. I have another one in the 700K range and another one in the under 200K range. So I have tons of projects ready to go. So sometimes you do that thing where you have an idea for a project, understand that you need to put it on pause to do something else, or maybe you pitch, you know, 3 different products and one gets funded. It might not be your favorite project that gets funded, but it's still something that you get funding for, and you have to go build that, and then you finish that, and then you come back to a previous one that you might have shelved. So keep that in mind, that don't throw out your work. You might come back to something, and you never know when it's going to work out, when something's going to click. Sometimes a game feels completely wrong and not fun, and then you change, like you put in like one mechanic, and then it changes the whole thing, and it all works. All right, I guess I'll give Gorge the tiniest little bit of damage bonus, I think. I guess I don't. I don't, because it's only 1 mana cost. It's 1 flat fee for mana. It's still the 30 mana. And so Gorge is getting kind of 5 times this. If we do this here, we're going to put Gorge. Mana cost is 30. Damage is 45 times 4, potentially, which is obviously like, what, 180? Duration's the same, tick's the same, damage per tick 22.5. So cost efficiency is still Still in the right ranges. And did I set the, I'm pretty sure I set the cooldown. Or the stat change should be 20 seconds, yeah. And so there's also the option, the also thing here is, this is the best it can perform, but if you don't have your 4 stacks open, you're going to get, it's going to be a little bit worse. Okay. We'll have to reorganize this a little bit later. Yeah, I can't express enough that that's one thing I really want to demystify is the fact that if you choose the right technology, you choose the right game architecture, instruction, and like tech stack, you can make an indie MMO. And it's not that crazy. It's just you have to choose the right things and take the right battles. And I think also having the right mindset of a good pre-production, not having having a good pre-production is so key important. Figure out your stuff at a very low team size, and figuring out where you're going to go with your combat, where you're going to go with your core systems. Figure that out first in pre-production, and your pre-production should probably be 1 to 2 years long at least. And then from there, going to the next stage. Okay, so now we have evasion and weak points. These are the last 2 things I need to polish for this character. And so we need a few buff-like effects. We need 3 buff effects. So let's go to Paragon again. I think I'm just going to do them different colors. So I'm going to get 1 buff effect and then change the colors on it. So let's look for something sort of interesting. I don't know if that would show up properly. I don't know if that is quite what I want. It's definitely not what I want. What about Seraph? What's Seraph got? I might just go with that. Let's see how it converts. Hmm. Probably don't need those. This is just a super basic effect at this point. That's probably usable. Let's do this. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this. It's going to be evasion. Then it's sprint. And then the final one, just call it haste. So the first one, evasion, I think that's kind of cool, evasion, I like that. Next one is going to be sprint. We'll do a little bit green on the green side of things. Just backing this up. I think I mostly wanted to do this. Yeah, there we go. Good enough. And last one, haste, we'll do a bit more yellow. which we need like both of these up here. Good enough. Doesn't have to be too over the top complicated. Likely change in the future. So I'm just getting something different and moving on. Players. So we need evasion. We need flurry. And we need sprint. Evasion. Okay. I forgot to make sure these are all. I know in my future, I think every thing I do, I might try and make them all mesh. Or I just the big thing is making sure that I can change the size through my by changing the size of the particle, changes the size of everything in the particle system. It's very annoying when that doesn't connect. And when you have a particle system that's based on sprite size, changing the size of the particle doesn't change the size of the sprites, and so it requires an additional setup aspect to it. All right, let's give this a try. All right, so this is Q abilities. So Q. Okay, it's very small at the moment. And they're not supposed to stack either. And yeah, so I don't think if I do like 333, I don't think that's going to actually increase the size of the object. I need to change it within the actual Niagara effect. Oops. Don't think that did it. 15, 15, 15. No. Okay. Maybe about 4 times. Let's just do this live. Okay, 3 times. Yeah, that's good. And then same thing for the other 2. And so now we do Q on here. It's green. My move speed buff. And then 3, attack speed buff. And then the evasion. Okay. The effects are done. Now we will get all the other things. So flurry, evasion, sprint. First up on the crits, critical hit reset, and critical hit reset. Then all these have to be to 2 and 1.5. What else we got in my notes? So resource costs. So evasion is 5. Sprint is 10, which is good. And flurry is 30. Now, how long does flurry last again? It's only 20 seconds. Or 10 seconds. It's probably not enough to really matter. So I'm going to change the duration on this to 30 or 20. Yeah, that's good. And the sprint and evasions are fine. So Q's done. And then, oh, I guess on these, what do I have the animation set for these? The animations could be actually different. I can't have them as like an attack animation. Yeah, so let's look at some animations for this. So this one is going to be evasion. So is there a dodge? I don't want those. Not that type of dodge. I might change the, you put that down for the archer. Use Cinti dodge. Dodge roll. Cast. Sure. So for evasion and evasion crit, we're just doing that. And then for sprint, let's just do like count cast. And for flurry, we'll do yeah, it's fine. It's just something. Again, it's just trying. You're trying to, when it comes to these type of things, you're trying to prove gameplay feel, and that's what you're trying to sell. And so when we do here, and I do a different animation there, and now I do a different animation. Okay, that was like a little bit too similar. And so let's do something different for evasion. I didn't like how that one is coming together. That's how we wanted. Okay, so I think I'm using. Okay, yeah. So even the sprint can't be used. It's too similar. Yeah, I'm just going to randomly do this. I think it was a sprint one. All right, and then on the flurry here, this guy needed to be. Okay, I need to duplicate this one. I think duplicate. Because I need this one set to default slot. Because flurry is not a cast time. And the input lock, I don't think I need input lock on these. It's gonna feel just better gameplay there. And then here, that one's default slot, and then sprint is also default slot. So I think we're good there. All right, so I think I'm officially done the queue ability. Hopefully. Hello, Marcus Boer. How are you doing? Rogue. So, resource cost, damage levels is already done. Cooldown's done. There is no hit effects, or I've redone the hit effects. Animations are good. SFX I'm just ignoring right now. And then crit abilities, I have set that up. I'll double check that, actually. Cool. Yeah, I feel ya so much on that. Could be better, could be worse. You know, lots of things complain in life, but I've got a roof over my head and food on the table, and that's pretty good. Okay, so I think I finally finished those couple abilities. So Q is now done, and we're on to the last ability, E. Oh, let me just double check the crits are actually set to remove, and they are not. Or, oh, it's the wrong thing. Quickly reset. Yeah, so I did set them. And then the other one was evasion. Wrong file again. And then sprint I did. Flurry. Okay. Save those. All right. So last Rogue is finally done, and I'm very excited. Because again, Rogue is not a class I'm passionate about. So it was kind of hard to get through. But it did turn into a pretty unique class so far. And so weak point arms is just that attack. And then, so I just mostly just need the animations. And then weak point legs. And then, why did that do that? Okay, something's going on with R3 weak point. Oh, it's weak point stagger. That's why. Duh. So let's open up all these weak points. So first things first, everything is just getting a 2-second cooldown with a 1.5-second global. And we're doing this because I want you to be very concerned about mana. And in melee situations, stamina. So I'm going to be really playing a lot of... it's more about resource management than it is about cooldowns. So I'm going to let you spam that super powerful ability, but if something adds on you, you're going to be screwed because you're going to be out of resource. So that's the kind of idea there. Input locks I'm going to keep for most of these. And then I need to make sure these are resetting crit, and resetting crit. Now these are all debuffs, so I believe I've done, there's no damage recalculations to do. And so I've done all of these. Legs crit. So I've done those. So if I go to my rogue, so resource cost. So weak point arms is going to be 5. Weak point legs is 10. And stagger is 30. And that's another thing I need to eventually put on my, I'll make this like a damage. And I'll do a plus tab for stagger eventually. And then another tab for healing. I'm basically starting on my, before I just kind of did like very loose numbers with damage stats and stuff. Especially because when I did the first transition from just, one button, one ability into a rotation ruin system, I had to have the scaling of R1's low damage, R2's medium damage, R3's big damage, and so there's a lot of damage calculations that I needed to get into that I wasn't ready to really fully invest time into, and so now I feel like I've got the systems in place where I can actually properly start doing some math on these calculations of stuff and create some consistency across classes. And so right now I am finishing the rogue. After the rogue, I'm going to take a break from class design because I have the time. It's only the 12th. I'm going to do some balance work. I'm going to do some, probably go through each of the current classes and fix their mana costs, their damage ratios, all those things. And then I have some bugs to polish as well, and that's going to be most of the changes for the upcoming test today, or not today, this month. I want to get all of this polish kind of fixed if I can. And just, it's really good to every other month or so just do a big pass at fixing bugs and getting better polish done. So back to the rogue. We have I believe we just need 3 animations. So the first one, let's think about this. Yeah, I think I can use a bunch of these Countess attacks because I don't think I'm using them anymore. So let's go Countess. Let's try this one first, here and here. I'm going to slow this one down just as a temporary to put it in here and here. That's still the auto attacks and stuff. I don't think I use this one, so let's just try this with the .5 slowdown and put it on weak point stagger. Gunk. Oh, apparently was using that already. Okay. Balancing can be very hard. Now, that's one way I do believe I'm going to save myself a lot of work, is I am balancing a lot of things around sort of gameplay fun of things. And I really want, like, so if you had like a rogue and a mage side by side, right? Your total damage output with your full DPS class and another DPS class should be basically about the same. And it really comes down, I want it to be more about, you need to be in, like, so like I have randomized weak points on targets, right? So this one's behind, this one's on the left, and this one's on the back. So I want the skill factor to be, you need to be positioned correctly to maximize your damage, not pushing your buttons in the right order with, like, you know, massive, one class has a massive, you know, damage difference in their class. So, and then also working together with your team. So a lot of debuffs, like the rogue has a bleed, right, that can stack up to 4 times based on your position to the target. If you had multiple rogues in the group, you can coordinate and talk to each other and say, hey, I'm going to apply, you know, front back. The other rogue can apply left right. And so it's those type of things. And that one is a healing reduction. I got like a squeak coming in my voice. And so it's about cooperation. It's about, and like the mage has a execute spell called Ignite, but if you use it, it's going to clear all the burn stacks on the target. Burn stacks are going to be, they're not going to be per mage. It's just every mage gets to apply burn stacks. And so it's going to be a lot of group efforts of making sure the dots and the debuffs are applied. And I have a lot of ideas in the future for, like, almost removing the debuff bar and almost creating some sort of like just effect ring or something that you know when something's applied properly. Because like it's my iteration from New World. New World had this idea of you, like everyone that played New World knows that like the spear class could reduce the target's damage by like 50%, right? I can't remember. I think it was like weakness or something. And so you'd want to maintain weakness uptime, obviously 100% of the time. But then you also had like defensive empowers. I can't remember the right word what it was. And so you're trying to maintain the monster doing 50% less damage, but then also you buffing your own armor and stuff up 50% as well. And so I want to try and make sure that all those debuffs, a lot of times it's hard to tell which debuffs are applied and which aren't. And so I'd love to have some sort of standardized thing. Maybe it's at the bottom of their feet of, hey, a weakness symbol's on them. And you always know where that weakness symbol is. And then it shows how many stacks of it is or whatever. And that's for more debuff type things. And then, you know, dots and stuff could maybe be on the target itself. So it's like different ways of reducing nameplate clutter. All right. Right. So I am doing weak point arms. We'll have to mess with that a little bit. So it actually properly shows. And then, wait, so this one is that. So R1 is doing this. And R2 feels like the same thing. So that can't be right. Then R3 is that. I'm fine with that. We can work on the timing a bit, but so let's finish the stagger because I'm satisfied with that. Just do a standard. The easiest way is a lot of animations you get through Marketplace just have really bad timing to them. So we're going to fix that timing. And so I went to school for animation for like a year and kind of failed out of it. It's more of a online mentorship course, animation mentors. So I have a good eye for animation. I know some of the standards, so it's anticipation. The defaults are anticipation, which is the wind up. Then you go into the action, which is the actual, fast movement. And I'm blanking on the term, but there's a term for follow through, I guess, or something for the rest, right? So this is a standard, like it's normal play rate. Or so I have these two. So this first one I'm doing at a more slower rate. That might be too slow. And the action's already very fast. And then we slow down the follow through. And so now we have some better timing on it. And I think I have this all set already, but yep. And what we will do is, I think, yeah, we have a 1 second default slot. We're going to put this as a full body. And then it is roughly a 1.5 second. So we're going to put this to 1.5 on the animation lock. And animation lock is, as you expect, once you cast this thing, you have to wait the X seconds for it to go away before you can move again. So it's a little bit long, so let's do 1 second, because the action, let's go back to 1. 1.5 there, 1 there. Even that's feeling too long. 0.75. Okay, 0.5. Still feels off. And then I guess we need to not put this full body. We'll do default. Okay. But yeah, when it comes back to the point about balancing, it really is a simple process or simple concept. You just have to start with the base somewhere, and make sure you kind of maintain that base a little bit. And as long as you're actually sticking to, you know, like for a long time, there is a lot of people say like, oh, this class is more powerful than the other one. And I just straight up say, I know, I haven't done a balance pass yet. Enjoy the OP-ness, you know, enjoy the factor of a warrior basically one-shot being a tank and like one-shotting stuff. Because I just have, you know, it's not time to do a balance pass yet. You just kind of like wing it, and then at some point you have to do this. You have to, you know, figure out what your values are as a base, and then go from there. I might be able to get a sound effect off on this. Oh, I do want to get this stuff gone though. And then MP. Sound cue. I could probably work with that. That probably works. And we're going to just put the volume down quite a bit. Alright, I need to delay by like 0.5. To 0.45. Yeah. And then we can do like the tiniest little bit of like camera shake on this one. Maybe do a little sooner. Tiny bit sooner. 0.3. Oh, yeah. I also have to do, before I start the Archer, I need to do a ton of, I think I want to catch up on all my class design videos. Okay, 3, 5. All right, that's better. Okay. R3 is done. I mean, technically, let's look for something. In Paragon. Maybe in like steel stuff. Not quite. It's more fire. Looking more at something that's like physical damage looking. Maybe. Armor break? Yeah. I'm trying to change the color on it and maybe disable a few things, but okay, this one, yeah, like that. This one we don't need. Don't need that. Also don't need that. Don't need that. You don't even see that. And definitely don't need that. And then we'll do a color. Can I do this? Does it work? Let's go lifetime. Go like 1 to 1.5. Not so glitchy. Okay, here's the color. Alright, so this is what's causing the super brightness. I think. It's red. So do we want like 0 blue? Okay, so that's clearly go nuts. Hmm. I'm just trying to figure out what's making it so bright. This distort, spheres fade, edge boost, break power. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. There we go. Now I just need the color a little better. I think that's good. Good enough, as they say. Bump and bump. Wrong ability. Yeah, that's cool. No, it still is triggering a little early. I think I need to do .4. .4. And maybe I'll do the camera hit shake. Okay, it is doing it here. Oops, wrong ability. Yeah. Alrighty. We are almost there. ER3 is done. Let's look at, let's just jump into, I think the first one, weak point arms. Let's get this going a bit better. So once again, split up the anticipation. Action to .6. And then the follow through. Anticipation, we're going to drop to like .5. Action is probably fine. And then the follow through is also .5. And I think this is the weak arms, right? Yeah. And it hits around there, it's .75, so the input lock is going to be like .7 for these. And then maybe I just change the color of these. I don't know. color, we'll just do some random thing. And this one I'm not going to do a sound effect. I don't have a decent idea for a sound effect here, so. Alright, so on this one, we need to do the like .6 or so delay. And then what we can do here, so let me think. That's fine, it's different color. That's good. The other one has like a whole sound effect and stuff, so it's very different. And then the last thing we'll do is on this one, duplicate feet or legs, whatever. Reset those. Reset these. Save. We're going to put it on the stat changes. Actually, I can probably just put it on the root. Attach to target, socket, socket, root. We're going to try and make this just a little bit smaller, so scale, mesh size, just like lower it a bunch. I think that should help. And then, yeah, let's change the color. Maybe like more red. And then weak point legs, let's look at the, so this is way too close to E. We could reverse it though. Let's do something random, different than that. Let's just do something from like the Chimera guy. Throw. I think I'm using that already. Yeah, we'll throw in an offhand attack type thing. Is there a low hit? Yeah, we'll just go with this, whatever. Default slot's fine. And then you hit around like .2-ish. Like this, like .25 maybe. Okay. So weak point arms. Then weak point legs. And so the legs are still too big. Scale mesh size. We'll go to like .6. Yeah, it's sort of showing. So the first one, everything around there. The second one is kind of lower on the ground. I can still make it smaller. If it's even going smaller. Oh, it's because this one's starting at, let's go .25. No, it might be too small. Yeah, it's too small now. So we'll do .6. Do .6 maybe. Yeah, so this does the whole body, so weak point arms type thing. Then we have the R2, which is kind of on the feet there. And then the weak point 3 is much bigger. Alrighty. Holy smokes. I think we're good. I think E is now done. So the rogue, I think, is done. Let's do a big review. Here is the rogue review, my friends. And I'm going to stop. We'll eat some food. So we'll start with the easy stuff, which is stealth. That's all there is. Stealth, rotate your ruins so you can have a choice of what you want to use at any point. And if you choose to like use a backstab, it stops. Once you start casting, it'll stop rotating. Then you have distract. And if there's a target within the range, they will walk over. These are not trained on rotation ruin stuff. And then you have kick, which is just a stun with different levels of stuff. You have to be careful with how much you use your kick. I think it's 15 for your big kick. So you do have to be careful with how much you use it. You might burn out of your mana and whatnot. And then you have your throw dagger. It's kind of like a low damage ranged ability, but it does help you cycle through your ruins should you need to. I think I'm going to adjust the mana costs on that. It's a little bit high because the damage is pretty low on it. Where's throw dagger? Let's look at the mana. I think I have it at 15. So let's go to 10 here. And like 7 here. And this can stay at, oh, this one's, oh wait, what? Okay, so the crit is 10, the R2 is 7, and then the R1 is 5. This is 10, this is 7, and this is 5. Okay, it's a little better. The idea is you get an R3, or like, I don't know. We'll play it out. We'll feel it out. Okay. So that is kick and throw, all there. Fantastic. Then on shift, we have an R1 shift, which is your bleed, and that's going to be, pretty nice damage efficiency. And you can stack your bleed, once per side of the target. And so now I have 2. I go on the third one here, and you can see I'm even getting crit stacks on bleeds as well. But it's only in your R1, so you can do that. Then your R2 on your shift is actually taint wounds. So it'll remove your bleeds, but it'll make it so they can't heal. And so I do have to quickly do, I think, a slight change to the delay. Do like, let's pull up the animation. To about .5. Delay .5. .5. And then, what do I have? The input lock. I'll just say .5, I guess. And so let's try that again. We'll do shift R2. There we go. And it actually is stronger based on your bleeds. And so if I do a bleed there, and a bleed here, and then I did another, another bleed here, and now I do taint wound again, and it will. So right now, if you have it up already on the target, it's not going to overwrite it properly, but that might be something I polish up shortly. Let me look at my play test notes. Just randomly put this here. Over buff / debuff over, right? So, oh my god, there's a fly driving me crazy in my house. Just literally flew into my eyeball. And then finally, again, this is like your bleed button. So if you have other bleeds up, you can apply your big bleed, but it's only empowered by your small bleeds. And so if you do it once there, and then you can continue to stack it up with smaller bleeds as well. And so again, if you are working with another rogue, you can both work on stacking all the bleeds. So it really starts to add up. And so that's shift. I'll reset my stamina again. Oh, the last thing I have to do is the descriptions pass. Okay, and now we're on Q. So Q actually gets bonuses on steel power. So one of your passives is every time your auto attacks reset from your virgins from 3 to 1, you get a steel power. But that stacks depending on your position against the target. So there it refreshed it because I stayed in the front. But if I go on the left side here, I get a second stack, and I can do it again on the fourth side here, and I get a third stack. And these last 30 seconds, but they empower your Q. So now I can cast evasion at R1. It gets rid of my stacks, but empowers my evasion. So my evasion got like 3 stacks, probably like 30% or something of dodge, which I'm not going to see before it goes off. But same thing goes for your other Qs. So there's another stack of steel power. If I do it on the first one, it's evasion for dodge chance. On the second one is sprint. And so now I get some sprint power, and I'm running around sprinting. I don't know why that's not set, but and the last one is attack speed, and so I can get some steel powers, and then get some actual attack speed boosts. So it's kind of like really playing with the idea of different debuffs and buffs that empower your spells in different ways. And then the weak point, the E is based on expose weakness. Expose weakness you get for critting the target. And so if I crit here, oop, wrong button. If I do a kick and I get expose weakness there, I can get another expose weakness from behind. And now I can do a weak point arms, R1, and now they're going to have weakness, but it's going to be stronger because there's 2 exposed weakness on the target. And same thing goes for R2, which we get another weak point here. Weak points are applied through crit. So once I get another crit, exposed weakness is up, and now I can do a weak point snare. I'll be have a much lower movement speed, and finally the last one is stagger, and that's where that stagger is. But if I get more weak points up through crit, they will be more powerful. So now I can do a bigger stagger type thing. And obviously that's the type of thing that if you're working with different rogues, they're going to all be stacking weak points or exposed weakness, and I might need to rename that so it's a little bit less confusing. Exposed weakness and weak point. Yeah, I need to rename this. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right. Alright, yeah. This is one of those naming convention things. You want to try and avoid terms that are a little bit too similar. So I've exposed weakness, which I kind of like. What is Trusty Thesaurus? Feeble. Maybe I do feeble. What else? Can we debilitate? Reduce. Impair, could be impair arms, impair legs. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna change expose weakness. We're gonna change to expose vulnerability. No, expose fault. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe extort arms, extort legs, extort stagger. Hmm. I'll just do flaw, whatever. Flaw arms. Flaw legs. I'll call this flaw chest. And we're going to take all of these, battery name, search for weak point, and change with flaw. And then on chest, we're going to change all these daggers from stagger to chest. Redirects again. And now we need to fix up namings. So this is legs. That one's not even needed technically, but to try and be consistent. All right. Okay, redid that. It's a little bit easier to explain. So you apply expose weakness, and then you you basically do flaw arms, flaw legs, or flaw chest. And so that's how it works. And so to apply expose weakness again, you get it through crit. And so different ways to crit each side. You could do a throwing dagger. You can do a kick. You can do a backstab. And then you also have your other positional abilities. On the sides, you got ranged attacks. So if you actually do a crit ranged attack here, you also do it. You have grenades on the right side. There we go. And now we can apply our bigger amounts into the large amount of stagger there. All right. So I think I'm pretty much there with the rogue. The last thing we'll review is the R. Now this is the one that's kind of crazy that makes the rogue feel very unique. Is positional advantage. This is a one-button ability that has 12 abilities. So when you're in front of a target and you hit R, you do... Did I hit the right button? Okay, that was weird. I must have hit E. Yeah, I hit E. So you hit R at R1, it's double attack. Then R at 2, got triple attack. And then at R3, quad attack. On the left side, if you hit R, you hop out. And then on R2, it is actually a ranged attack for projectiles. And then if we go to R3, it's actually 5 ranged projectiles. And that's the right side attacks for, again, we're all using the same button. On the back side, it's different variations of backstab. So you have a more efficient backstab. A bigger backstab. And then the biggest backstab of all. And so it's just different variations of cast times for backstab. On the right side, we have a foot backwards. And then we have some grenades. And the last one is the big grenade I showed earlier. I don't have the mana for it. So going along the lines of playing with position is a big one. It's one of our core concepts of the game. And the rogue is a very positional based champion or character. And so we're going to keep it as is and figure things out. I do need to check positional advantage for all the different damage levels here. So let's start with backstab. We'll start with some of the settings on the core one. So these all have crit. And they all have the proper cooldown set. And I think 0.5 second input lock is good. Backstab R1, R2, R3. Backstab R1. Not that we need this here, but I'm going to do it anyways. Technically we do need it because it does come up on your cast bar. So all those should be good. Then we have the stat changes. So R1, R1 crit, R2, and R2 crit. So R1 is 30, and this one's actually just supposed to be 30 to 10. But it has a chance to crit clearly. So 30 to 35. Same thing, but it's going to double because it's a crit. R2 is 60 to 65. And then 60 to 65, but it crits. and then R3 is 100 to, I guess we'll just do 1.5, and then this one's not crit, and then this one is 100 to 5, but does crit, so it has a 200 to 210 ratio, effectively. Alright, so that's that one. I think I did all the multi-hits already. So yeah, I think I've balanced everything else properly. And I'll just double check the ninja stars. They should all be the right cooldowns. They are. Yeah, I think I'm good. I just need to do, let's look at the descriptions and names for the bomb. This one's obviously wrong. Okay. I technically don't need to do the individual ones. I only really have to do the main one, which this is. This would be disengage. Actually, all of these fall under positional advantage. So this is the crazy. The craziness of this is going to be this button has 12 different abilities based on your position to the target. The left side is, was it pounce or something? Plunge. that's how we're going to simplify it for now. Yeah, there's 3 from the front, 3 from the back, 3 from the left, 3 from the right. All right, let's go to stealth. Okay, and then the next one over is distract, which probably is fine. Okay, that's fine. Kick. Okay. And then throw dagger. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Those ones should all be kind of good. That's good enough. Yeah, the effect of these abilities are increased by the stacks of exposed weakness. Removes exposed weakness on the target. R1, reduce power. R2, snare target. And R3, stagger. These abilities remove steal power and are stronger. And I need to add evasion. Okay. And then finally, open wound. The last one here. Alright, so just doing some boring, finishing up stuff. I have to obviously do a huge revamp on potential tooltip stuff here for abilities because there's so many different things. But shift is open wound. So R1, apply bleed. This effect can be applied 4 times based on your position against the target. R2 is taint wound. Will remove open wound stacks and apply healing reduction debuff. R3 is gorge, a bleed that is more powerful with each stack of opened wound. And then these ones are pretty obvious. These abilities remove steel power and are stronger with each stack of steel power. R1 is dodge chance, R2 is sprint, and R3 is auto attack speed. And same thing for over here. These the effect of these abilities are increased by the stacks of exposed weakness. Removes exposed weakness on the target. R1 equals reduced power, R2 is snare target, and R3 is stagger. And we're good. The rogue is done. Holy moly. Finally. Finally, the rogue is done. It's been a journey. Not that much of a journey, but, had at least, 2 or 3 days of the rogue before the last playtest. And now I've been working on the rogue since, like, the 6th. So, yeah, it's taken some time to figure it out, but I do think it's a very unique rogue, and I'm probably going to rename the rogue to, like, assassin, to fit in that theme of, like, bombs and ninja stars. Almost like it's a little bit reflecting the Diablo 2 assassin in a way, just no traps. But I kind of like that idea of it's more than just a physical melee character. There's other aspects to it, and then you have like these kind of leaps as well, and so you're kind of highly mobile. It's going to be fun to see how that comes into play, but those leaps are they're positional, and so you have a backwards leap on the right side of a target, but then a forward leap on a other target. So it'll be interesting to see how we kind of do that stuff and whatnot. And you can use those leaps from a set distance or whatever. So, yeah. Why is this not leaping? I can't keep attacking and pressing a button. There we go. So yeah, interesting. But the rogue is, at least I feel confident that that is a really nice pass at design. I'm going to not save all those things. And I am happy. Rogue is good. So I'm going to take this over to the archer now as well. And put this kind of up here. I don't think I really need that up at the top of anything anymore. These are just kind of like polish steps. I'll literally call it that. Polish checklist. So the archer's next, which will be fun, but I'm going to take a break from class design, give my creativity side of my brain a little bit of a break. And we're going to do some boring polish. Boring, not boring, polish on stuff. Make sure after, we're going to say, after all this, after polish, make sure rogue buffs, debuffs, apply, and remove properly. But for now, I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to do this thing called put food in my stomach. Fun stuff. And probably chill out and watch some random stuff. Maybe play some League. But I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for watching. Love any type of wish list you can give me. Let me check my wish list. It's not like it's growing at some tremendous amount, but it's been a while since I checked. We're at 144 wish lists. Not bad. Nothing amazing, but not bad. We're getting there. So all wish lists are super helpful on the Epic Game Store. And our next playtest is June 26th to the 30th. Please be there. We love playtesters. Please take your friends and bring them along. Thank you for watching, and I'll probably be back tomorrow. Hello, Wall. You're getting me as I'm logging off here, but yeah, Rogue is good. Rogue's done. I'm happy. I'll be back. Bye-bye.